Good morning, guys. He lives. I do. Dude, Monster's kicking ass. I made $100 on the fucking calendar. Ripping red on time. Perfect. Good morning, Trash. Holy shit, you're up early. Thanks for the green Gherk. No problem. Wait a gosh dang moment. Was I gifted membership by Pi-Fi himself? Yeah. feel naive in retrospect, but I really thought we'd come to grips with there being no soft landing. Then I look at this morning's SPX headlines, and there they are once again, jerking each other off to it. Yep, yep, that's pretty fucking accurate. Excuse you, I am up late. Oh, okay. Well, I apologize. Inflation expectations most important today? Eh, I don't really know if today's inflation print fucking carries any weight. It's not that important. Wholesale inventories and car prices probably are. Car prices are down. Used car prices are not down as much as they were last month, year over year. But the month over month has dropped quite a bit. And we have wholesale inventories at 10, and then consumer inflation at 11. How many times have you listened to the Linkin Park live stream concert so far? Zero? Why are we up? Just oversold? Well, partially because we got a huge boost overnight from Japanese GDP and Chinese inflation, right? It's probably time to head to bed, but I'm green on the day. Nice. When crash? I don't know. After you're out of the money puts expire, I'd assume. All right, let's see what's going on with the options chain. We got sold calls underneath us that we've pressured out of the money at 54.50, 54.60. We got some bot calls at 65 and 80. Sixty 50 sold puts at 54.50 also. Interesting. If we pull back and retest 50, we could fail it. Maybe catastrophically. Otherwise, it looks like bulls are gunning straight for like 54, 90, 95. Still pretty early, though. These pump up legs were up quite a bit already. Not big ones, but some upside resistance on Nvidia around 108. Yes, I believe so. Let me double check because I haven't looked since last night and I don't remember. Yeah, well, there's decent resistance at 105, 108, and 110. I would say 105's bigger, but it's already past that. Yeah. Ball's getting shorted pretty hard. The nearest bot puts to the money are 55, and then 45.40. There's more bot puts. Nvidia or Tesla near the money calls better. Seems both are ready to rip again. Tesla's stronger above 220. It's already up 4% today. Yeah, I mean, if Tesla breaks 420, it's probably gonna rip. Or 220 rather, sorry. Apple's kind of underperforming still. It's interesting. Could you let me know before you start the cover bid so I can buy calls? I want the gains this time. Thanks, Pickle Man. I'm Q testing the top of its descending channel. It says yes. Yield curve's still uninverted. Well, ES has a little ways to go, I guess. Top of its channel is like 54, 87, 85. DFU buy into Fubo? I have no idea. Why would he do that? I mean, I would know why, but why? The market opened and I blew my liquidity everywhere. What are you going to do for the rest of the day? Hmm. Nvidia or Tesla near the money calls better. Has the recession been canceled? No. I'm so close to getting stopped out of my Vega put. It's probably for the best, so I can enjoy my vacation coming up in a few days. Imagine if you'd closed it Friday when we had this discussion. You stock god. Monster was a bullseye once again. You're the best. It really did go well. Fubo Discord channel conspiracies are leaking again. Microsoft puts are paying nicely. A little bit early for a Microsoft put entry now. You check the entry at 408. It's kind of risky. I don't hate it though. Motley Fool also posted some bullshit on Fubo. Okay. Recession's only canceled if you own your home already. Why was Monster not in Pickles Picks? I didn't know it was a thing. It was on the stream for like 2 weeks. You like Oxy at these prices? Mm, it's very close to a price I like. Yeah. It almost tapped like the lower end of my buy-in range. Mm, I have to close some covered calls on it, but yeah, I might pick up some shares here. You mean the tiny charts behind you? No, I mean like it was literally right here in active trades for 2 weeks. I'll chase it when it gets to 59. Oh boy. Also, the discussion of saying, watch the pickle jar sell their puts before the drop they've been waiting for 2 years. I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks, so I'm going to miss CPI and JPAP. Market just healed too much. We need to concentrate the Mag 7 a bit more before we can go down more. Concentration of Mag 7 must be at least 30%. Otherwise, things aren't balanced / serious. Yeah. For CPI, I'm going to join Straddle Strangle Gang. Which one are you going to do? Depends on what vol looks like at that point. Ooh, moving up. Bull time. How's IWM looking? I don't know. I didn't look at it this morning. Fine. Sure, the promises of soft landing are getting all the small cap investors really hard. No, no kidney stones. Although I might have ingested a toxin. I feel like you think we all have 4 by 30 inch screens while we trade. I'm trading on a desktop last week for the first time ever. I divorced my mobile phone trading addiction. That's too bad. You could have zoomed in on the position on your mobile phone. Fruit? No. Mycotoxin? Searchmeister found you at last. He's your DoorDash driver. Myco? Mycotoxin? Mold. Yeah, mold or fungus. Possibly. They don't know. The levels are like elevated in my blood test, but they're not sure how high they were. Did you get that at Namwa Tea Boiler? So you never got rid of the mold. Maybe not. What exact time? 5,500 within 3 to 4 minutes, please. Thanks. I don't think we're going to 5,500. We just broke up into like more bullish positioning here. I mean, I guess we could technically get rejected at any time, but hold on, I gotta take care of something. I think the mold might be coming from those AMC shares you bought on that PayPal brokerage account while pooping 3 years ago. I sold those. I sold those at like $27. Doing alright, Doric. How are you, man? If you were a character from Lion King, which would you be? Mufasa? No. Rafiki. Rafiki. I lied the first time. Ooh, rejection. Hmm. I think that's on Siri. I've been seeing comments posts lately, but I'm unsure what's legit. It's the conversion is point 0.1, right? So for every 100 shares, you get you get 10 shares of the new LX SMA or whatever it is. Which is valued at like $27 or something. So if series below $2.70, you get a sweet deal. Did you sell all your monster? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Hit my PT. I do realize that it's continuing to go up. I have shares though. The calendar spread thing was just like for fun. Is oil not skyrocketing because OPEC moved their date of pumping more oil to December 1st? Is that still the market pricing in future oil prices being cheaper? CTA is shorting the fuck out of oil and trying to get out of their short positions. Juicy NQ rejection. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Microsoft actually kind of still looks like shit. How's Apple doing though? Apple's really struggling with 220. I want to go long on Apple on a break of 220, but I'm not going to go fucking long here. Nah, it's too risky. $6,500 end of day. I think it'd be the hyena. Which one? Whoopi Goldberg? Did you ever share why you went into Monster to begin with? I thought it was undervalued post earnings. So I bought some shares and it started to break out pretty rapidly. So I got some options on it. Has the Apple Play taken into consideration the iPhone event? No. Although the options chain may be taking that into consideration. Nice, Jen. Yeah, I didn't have Jan. I just had sub OPEX, so. Hmm. You think coal can go on a little run from here into the end of the year, or more activity from China needed? China needs positive inflation and lowering unemployment. So yeah, I mean, coal could stagnate for a while. If we get a run on commodities, it could do really well, but that's something we'll have to see later towards like quarter four. Well, end of quarter four. How did you come to the conclusion that Monster was undervalued? Um, Gross profits of like 53 and 23%, or a net gross profits of 53%, net margin of 23%. Cash flow from activities over the last 12 months was 102% of net income. Um, and return on equity in the trailing 12 months was 21%. So, I figured that was pretty significantly higher than KO and Pepsi, which were both at like 18 and 16% respectively. They're super capital efficient, so they're able to carry a really high PE ratio. They basically have no debt. Um, which gave me like an estimated growth rate of where's the rest of my notes? Oh, 13% year over year through 2028. The minimum PE for the last 20 quarters was 31.3, and the median was 35.5, using trailing 12-month PE, which means that at $45, even currently at $50, it's still fairly significantly undervalued. So at a target of $60.60 with an 18% upside. From there. You're still DCing GoEV 2026 7Cs? No, I sold those when it ran the first time. I just have CSPs on GoEV, and not very many of those. I took profit on a bunch of them recently. Is there data today? Consumer inflation expectations, wholesale inventories, which weren't so hot. Consumer inflation expectations are in 30 minutes. And then we have the 3 and 6 month bill auction at 11:30. Consumer credit at 3 o'clock. Peace and early. I have no short-dated plays open, and my Vega put got stopped for 40% gain. I'm gonna go relax in Japan for 2 weeks. Nice, man. You should take a vacation for once when you finally have time. Happy trading, everyone. So you ingested a toxin. Any elaboration there? They're gonna do further tests, but I guess that's not something they usually test for. So they're gonna dig into it more and see if they can figure out what I poisoned myself with. See the usual jammy earnings news that happens. Any idea how positive or negative news can affect the price? No. I would assume that positive news would push the price up and negative news would push it down. Starting to get more bought puts in the money. Sold puts 54.50. If we lose 54.50, we can kind of dump a bit. Looks like the in the money short puts took some profits. Quite a lot of them. Is your landlord poisoning you to get out of the lease? Interesting. Just don't do that, man. What? I see you got the Pop Tarts. I see you in the mail. Could have been tainted vape juice. No. What do we do next? When do we next hear from the senior loan officer? The sluice? I don't know when it is. November? End of October, November, somewhere in there. That sprinkle powder wasn't powdered sugar, it was cyanide. Ah, you got me. Nice play, Nick. I'm gonna get you back. Imagine if buddies just did that, just tried to poison each other for fun. That's what I would do if I was a bored billionaire. Poison pals. And then send the antidote inside a puzzle box. Do you think that SLO screams the sluice is loose every release? I don't want to live in a world where he or she doesn't. I hope so. Being an accountant, you know, you only get to do one fun thing every quarter. So I hope they enjoy it fully. We're supposed to cheers them hard enough that they spill into each other's cups. Interesting. Just took a beautiful dump. I'm feeling much better. Good for you. What's the one fun thing? You need to find that within yourself, Cobra. Cyanide smells like almonds. I don't think I was poisoned by cyanide. They think the two most likely culprits are green, like some sort of green food mold, or possibly rhubarb. To figure out the kidney mystery, we're in the process of solving it. I appreciate you pronouncing that H. Yeah, it wasn't necessary, but I did. Rhubarb? Were you in the Midwest recently? No. I've never eaten rhubarb knowingly in my life. It's purple celery. I mean, you're not missing anything. Oxalate poisoning is a bitch, mostly for your future urologist or transplant surgeon. Nice. Did you get infected by the bad meat from boar's head? No, no. If you wanted spoiled meat, I could have just sent you my old ham flowers. Wait, are you saying my kidney's dead, Dave? They said it's functioning fine. You haven't been eating Barkeeper's Friend, have you? Um, I mean, I rinse my dishes really well. I'm sure it's fine, probably. What doing NQ? Well, it looks like it's falling off a cliff as this rejection continues and correlation starts to break down. Hmm. Start to pressure short puts at 40, 35. Hmm. That's not moving. Uh-oh. Puts her pricing up. Lost 50, which is fairly significant. To regain it here. Hmm. So we wouldn't get under 54.43. Hmm. It's like a good place to bounce if they can. It's still kind of weak. There's bought puts in the money to the upside and sold calls. So short put positioning is not in a great spot here. Red candles. Big dumpies. Oh, no. This knife catching is extraordinary. Building up quite a lot of short puts at 54.40. Long put buying in the money at 54.30. Long puts at spot. Sold calls and short puts to the upside at 50. And short puts at 40. So kind of boxed in here. Mm. We put profit taking there. Another like 5 minutes. See if 50 acts as resistance here. Lily, a good put entry here. I have no idea. Could be. It looks like it's down quite a bit already. Feeling all right. Let me look at Lily's chain. Losing 900. Yeah, things get more bearish at a loss of 895. I'm not sure losing 900 will make a huge difference. But if indexes decline, it probably will. Oh, hey, look at that. That took way too long. Squeeze the short puts. Squeeze them. Short puts, big pile of short puts at 54.40. So if we push below those, they're probably going to squeeze off and we get a 54.30 test. Look at NQ dumping magnificently. The 40Ps are squeezing out. God, you're good. I know. Your system sounds are super loud. I'm sorry. There. What's up, Nick? Yeah, I see that. Huge fucking in the money bot put positions at 5,500, 5,515. Jesus. Those aren't small. Those were the sold strikes before. Oh, you know what it might be? They might be closing their short puts. TFE? TFE doesn't have that much money. TFE has been trusted with all of Wells Fargo's holdings. So nothing. New York Fed 1 year inflation expectations climbed to 3% versus 2.97. Woo. Are you sure about that? Yeah. Yeah, I'm very sure. Hasn't it been like 3% year over year for the last 3 years? Yes. They rolled out to November 15th. Interesting. It's starting to look pretty weak. Pressuring the short puts again. He's going for a lower low. Breaking 40. I want to lose 37 here. Mm. Spreads are getting a bit wonky. There's 37. Woo! Go time. .30 test. Let's fucking go. Mm. I'm gonna bounce back, retest 37 before failing. Jesus fucking Christ. go. Nice. Oh, they're gonna try to catch the fucking knife at every level, huh? They're selling the 35 and 40 puts still into the drop, but there's long puts at 30. Not just mine. A little more bump in IV. $33 to $25. Hmm. Major support on NQ at 18.5. Really hard not to get stopped out on this bullshit. Well, if we lose 30, there's not much holding things up anymore. Not till we get back down to like 5,400, but yeah, this level's getting a lot of defense. Mm. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. Yeah, Bull's got the support for now. Bulls still need to get back above 5,450 though. So they're gonna have to push pretty hard here. There's bot puts at 45 that they need to squeeze out. Sold calls at 50 and 60 too. Yeah, I know they're making alcoholic beverages now also. Mm. 45's resistance. Break here can run. Long puts are taking profits. Did you enter Microsoft yet? No. It's still above 400. Downside gap. We pushed above the short puts, or the long puts rather. Starting to push into some of the sold calls here. Both gaps to the upside are unfilled. 50 test. Could push all the way up to 70 before we hit major resistance. Gamma's flat as fuck here. This is a good use of my 3-day trades. Nice. Google's been getting wrecked. Yeah. First gap filled. Don't see any reason for us to stop here. It's getting sold a bit. Just SPX. Little orphan Danny. Holy reversal. Yeah. It's going pretty good. If it runs past 70, how high could it go? 5,500? I don't want to get stopped out on bullish consolidation. I don't think. So like a 7-2 stop. Getting sold puts at 50 now. So bulls are still pushing. This is nice. It's the VWAP test. Bot calls at 55. Apple's slowly climbing back up. Yeah, it's getting there. Alright, I got stopped out. Starting to get some sold calls coming in. This might just consolidate though, and then move up higher later. How much did I make on that? Not bad. Made 3,000 off 2,000. Nice. No gap fill today. What, the downside gap? Kind of bounced on it. We could. I mean, this could fail. It's not that well supported. Delta and gamma are still very negative. Even if we double test the 70, like, there's still a chance it fails. I was mostly trying to play the pump into the auctions, which were okay. 6 month bid to cover was a little low, but 3 month was pretty liquid. It was decent demand there. 3 month came in at 4.895, and the 6 month came in at 4.530. Both of them with like almost 40, well, 37 to 46% of the bids at the high. August credit delinquency expectations rose. Good. It's going to be really funny when these fund managers get their wish and Fed cuts rates, then the carry trade implodes. Mm, yeah. My bull puts that were fully paid for by long prints are not looking so bad right now. I hate that you write a put all the way to the bottom, swap into calls, and they print. I've done that once in 10K trades. Not only did I swap into calls, I swapped into $35 out of the money calls and doubled the leverage on them. That's it. I'm cutting the data feed. It's too OP in your hands. A week and a half ago, when SPX was trading 5600s and struggling, you mentioned the move may drop to 5450, then run to all-time highs. It then followed it exactly. Why not expect bulls to push this now? I do, as a matter of fact. I'm fairly bullish on this week. I think we found support on Friday, or at least temporary support. And then, obviously, CPI and PPI are going to play a role in how the week ends. That was a quick masterclass in looking at positioning, flat gamma, so out of the money calls, entering after support and into pump, when to move stops, when to add to winners, how to scale out. I think I did those things. Can you point out where you stopped out of the call straddle, or if you still have it? Oh, I stopped out of the call straddle at like 54.65. Like right before it broke up. I got stopped like right here. So I think it was like 63 or 65. Which is fine, right? I mean, the puts are paid for, so I don't really care what happens there. I have a chart showing 5300 end of week, but that's the end of the week. This is the beginning of the week. That's because I don't think inflation expectations are going to meet their targets. Also, don't use the weekend stream for your analysis. We've been over this. It's just bullshit. It's just a line we draw. Did you read Pickles Picks? If we open above 54.25, bullish. C2 profit on one of the on all three of the I took profit on three, and then I got stopped out on the other two. Did you do that ratio on purpose? Right? Yeah, because if it was gonna continue its breakup, I covered the entirety of my cost basis and took profits on one extra, right? So it was 100% gain on the premium. And I took 3 out of 5 contracts off the table. So I locked in profits, and then I had 2 runners, which both got stopped out at roughly the same price as the ones I took profits on. Oh no. Hold on. Ooh. Nuke makes a good point, though. I am just, in fact, cheating. So it's. I'm going to push for 5480 now. Yep. That's just gibberish. How far back do I go to understand the new product you have? We haven't released anything to the public. Everything's just in the beta right now. I'm juicing the fucking turnip. All right, Dirk. Wait, did you buy the 65 also? More upside will be on the MM expected move. We kind of rejected off of that earlier. Yeah, it's possible. If we start to squeeze out the sold calls, then yeah, we could go probably as high as like 85 or so. Maybe even 5,500. Fuck it, why not? Oh yeah, it's fine. We just had one guy wire up all the options trades and cram it into the pipe and get it onto the screen. Yep. That guy's a Chad. Nuke win live data. Nuke win. Right now. That's literally what this is. You did this. In my veins. It's here now. This is excellent. I paid my resub fee. When released to beta, we need to build a functional like front end for it. But probably pretty soon. We're making insane progress. Well, Nuke's making insane progress. The rest of us just argue with each other and watch him do work. I'm so hard right now. I'm about to punch a hole in my desk. Rename it Chadfi. Mm. So Dirk and JFresh, they're the smart ones. I can write up process documentation and validate the data. Thanks, man. I think we have people who do that already, though. It's like every group project in school. Yeah. Them. Hey, remember Calc 3? Okay. I asked you if you remembered Calc 3. Give me the maths. Why didn't you close them when they were up like 40%? I was 15 when I did Calc 3. Nice. 1 second. All right. Were you in fucking college when you were 15? Sometimes I watch that Kanye and Elon video, and it really hits home that the only reason Elon can live out his breeding fetish is his multi billions. Yeah. That's how money works. I'm available for some free, sweet front end lovin' as long as I can add a spinning meatball in there somewhere. Wait, do you do like UX UI design? Does the iPhone reveal today have any potential impact on Pickle's Pick thesis? I just don't know if they have any killer features to this gen iPhone. Um, no. I didn't even know they were revealing an iPhone today. Bullish. I do UX UI. Interesting. I'm still not in Apple though. I'm only going long Apple on a break of 220. I'm not going long Apple at 219 or 219.50 or 217 or 218. It's a break of 220. You guys need to learn to read. Why is the pickle jar filled with back end stack guys and like no front end guys? It's a really good question. I have no idea. If you do your XUI and you're interested in a project that doesn't pay money, hit me up. Because backend guys are Dan's. Oh, it's Discord. Oh, sorry. There we go. It just pays with depressive shots. All you can drink. Back end autistic, front end artistic. That makes sense actually. I wish I could work for Pi-Fi for free. Alas, no skills. Thanks for the free money, Gurk. We found support. Gamma's flat as fuck. Dork buys a call. Nice, man. Push for the 80 test. This is invigorating. Yeah, it's fun stuff. $80.85. Apple at 220. All right, nice. Not bad. Guess I could have stayed in those. Yeah. I think I took profit at the right time. On the way to San Francisco, check DMs. Do you have a motherfucking Starbucks in the cup holder on your suitcase? I can't even. Legend. 5 Starbucks equals 1 month of. Yeah, don't remind me. All right. I know I've made mistakes. This is the expected range. Yeah. There's a little chance that we could break up to 80, but it looks like we're getting rejected early. I don't know if that rejection is going to turn into anything. There's some bot puts to the downside, so we could pull back towards like 65, 55. There's a sold call wall here, 70 through 80. That might be a bit resistive to further upside moves since the momentum trimmed. Right, that's why I stopped out, is because the momentum fell off back here. And then we kind of ground out like another 15 bucks. But there's sold calls from 70 out to 80, and quite a lot of them. If those positions double down here at the top, that'll push price down. They might be a little bit afraid to, given where VIX is, but they may not. Well, if we lost 30, we would have gone to 5,500, but they got support and we bounced. And this is what? Close to delta neutral? Not really. Man, delta neutral's really fucking far out of the money now. We're kind of pulling back to like the MM's expected move a little bit here. MM priced in like 54.64 to the upside today. Slow calls are just future buyers. It's not completely untrue. And they are getting pressured, so closer profit, just annoying. Would have liked to greedily held my 5460s longer so I can afford rag on stick. That's the kind of premium OnlyFans content that's just out of your price range. Buff Dan, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna. So we could break if we break up. So like 75, we could squeeze the short calls and push out to like 85 before running into resistance again. If we fail 70, back to 60 or 55. I'll be right back. Sold calls are going to squeeze hard. Well, they haven't closed, but they are in the money now. Holy shit, you scared me. Why is my room talking? Apple giving all the time in the world for an entry here. Let's see. Tomorrow we have NFIB, Redbook, and a 3-year auction. I don't think anyone gives a flying fuck about any of that. Consumer credit today will be interesting, especially if it doesn't rise. Has Barl said Gherk's name yet? He's a bit young. Colonel might be due. I'll have to ask Popcorn. Have you guys had the Blueberry Cascadia Farms cereal from Costco? Nobody's sitting in the middle seat of this cross-country flight. I'm winning in life. Yes, it's so good. Yeah, a lot of fiber. No sugars, which is nice. Short apple? I was gonna go long apple. As someone who possibly just got poisoned by mold, I'm gonna stay away from ancient grains. I don't trust that shit. Did they say it was mold? No. They said there was mycotoxin present in the blood test. Blueberries can mold. These are freeze-dried. Myco meaning fungus. Yeah. I don't know from what. Toxin meaning toxic byproduct. Have you ever had a gas station sandwich picked up from the floor? I've lived a well-rounded life. Hmm. Is Cascadia in the Midwest? Yes and no. Who just asked that offensive question? I mean, there's definitely parts of Cascadia that are in the Midwest. I know where it is. Yeah, but it also touches places like Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, and Nevada. What don't you know about? It's just geography. Need to, if you're angry about the Midwesterners, you should be more angry about sharing a bioregion with British Columbia. If SPX gains 5,500, does that mean more pumps till CPI PPI? We could mean revert back to delta neutral, which is at 55.57. Idaho, on the other hand, I would argue that Wyoming's even worse than Idaho. The western part of which is part of Cascadia. Stop trying to renounce your Canadian citizenship, Yaga. Greater than 50% of this chat is Midwesterners. I'd bet on it. It's probably like 70%. Whose definition of Midwest are we using? Like the actual one or mine? You have relatives in Montana? It's weird for an otter. Guess those are the river otters. What's so bad about Idaho? Nothing if you like guns and potatoes. Yellen said there's no red flags in the economy. You know she's had some terrible boyfriends. Yellen's a dipshit. It's a bit on the nose, Dork. Yellen, the mushroom. My current working theories are: one, Kenny's out to get me. Two, I ate something moldy. And didn't realize it. Three, and this one's the clincher. Three is unlikely. Hmm. Three is oddly specific. I guess it's four, all of the above. Ooh. Wait, so Kenny hired a hipster restaurateur from Brooklyn to feed me wild hand-picked mushrooms from Central Park and moldy food? That's it? Wouldn't you? That's the only way to get to you. Interesting. I didn't receive the email to pay you. I'm going to send you a private message. Okay, you definitely should have, but let me check. You know what I'll do? I'll just send you a link. Did you check your spam and promotions folders? Some mold spores get past the alveoli, and now Grig's got them in his blood. First stop, kidneys. What if it was those random antibiotics you took? Those were to address the problem that already existed. They weren't random, they were just mixed. Why is everyone focused on a mycotoxin? Because they said they found some in my blood. Along with oxalates. Oh, that's not great. But no kidney stone, so that's cool. There was also something else. It was like, I forget what it was called. I'll go look at my chart. Some kind of acid. Begins with an A. You're eating a shitload of spinach, nuts, berries, starfruit, beets, teas, coffee? Yes, that's the one. Not lysergic acid. I'm sorry to tell you this, Glorp, but you're already dead. It's ironic that I would just keep doing the same thing every day. Purgatory. Yep, you got it. Yeah. Is the SPX going to go into baratory today? Probably not. We could fall back to like 54.50 though. Well, 65. Some of the sold calls are being closed, but not very many of them. Out of the money sold calls at 90, 95, 5,000, and 505 are still being sold. Are you gonna get a few $1,000 in 4 minutes on $30 out of the money calls? That's pretty decent purgatory. Yeah, wasn't bad. It was more than 4 minutes. What are T's and P's? Thoughts and prayers? Nice. I'm waiting for Dave's diagnosis because the doctor that I talked to said weird. Whenever you got existential, you probably didn't think purgatory was going to be a cowboy emoji asking you when down 12 times a day, but here we are. Could be worse. You're just dating a Russian supermodel. Bi-weekly poisonings are normal. Better than a knife from a Latina. True. Eastern European women are crafty. My doctor went to 10 years of medical school for weird. Yeah. Gherkin held a VWAS with a cordyceps infection. You're on the nice side of purgatory, or else Walken would be here. I just have to turn everyone into the pickle jar into a millionaire, and then I can finally ascend to heaven. Done. One down. You'll be here forever. Hence purgatory. The final challenge to Ascension, making Farmville player a millionaire. It doesn't even seem that hard, right? You just got to get him to YOLO his full account into 10 consecutive wins. Ah, so the pickle jar is the infinity pool. I get it. That's the easy part. Getting him to sell, though, true. That doesn't sound like proper risk management. No, but it's the shortest distance between 2 points. Fuck you, dork. In Purgatory, the shortest distance between 2 points is the Lincoln Tunnel. Oh my god. I was going through the tunnel like a few weeks ago and there was a fucking accident. I sat there for like 5 hours with no cell phone service. That was a great day. Are you watching the Apple event live? Absolutely not. I don't give a shit what they do with their phones. I had the same thing happen to me, and then I got charged $50 for parking for an oversized vehicle, which was a 4Runner. Yep. I will never drive to New York City ever again. That seems like a big mistake. Also, having people drive you in New York City is pretty dangerous too. You gotta find like a good driver and then keep them around. That's what I did. I have a guy named Banesh. He's fucking dope. He's not on my payroll. He's just like a cab driver for Brooklyn, and I just call him when I need rides places. And I get to sit in the front seat, which is fucking way better than the back seat, which smells like vomit. Would you trust a pickle jar member to be your driver? I don't have enough money for a chauffeur yet. Do you tip him well? I mean, yeah, sometimes too well. I tip everybody for pretty much everything. What I like to do is I like to give tips to people in really awkward situations because it's fun and I have money. No, I don't tip my doctor. Fuck that guy. He already gets paid too much money. But like, I'll go up to someone at Target and be like, "Hey, do you know where this thing is?" And then I'll hand them $5, and they're like, "Excuse me?" I'm like, "Just take the money." I tried to tip my professor once, and I got kicked out of university. Hmm, makes sense. To be fair, if you were in my class and you were going off about Sears, I would kick you out too. Do you aggressively shove it in their shirt pockets? They can't refuse like a mob boss. I'm not that old yet, but I could see it going there in the next like 20 years. What about things like fatty liver, gallstones, nephritis, lupus, like RXN from ABX? Hmm. No, they didn't. They said that my liver and kidney function was normal and pretty healthy given my weight, which the doctor like paused after. And I was like, yeah, I know I'm fat. It's time? Time for what? You got doctor shamed. Yeah, I did. She was pretty hot, too, which made it way worse. Bolt on, strap on, hard on. What's happening? Wait, am I invited? My friend's husband tried to tip the midwife after the birth of their son, but in gangster handshake way. Not sure if you can tip healthcares in the US, but it's a big no in the UK. Interesting. Things like aflatoxin poisoning or other mycotoxins are so rare. I eat out a lot at probably questionable places. They're not sure, like, the levels are really low, but they're not sure if, like. Last question, did your mold colony follow you when you moved? No, I threw all that shit out. It's super exciting. That's all you need to know. Be fucking stoked. Well, I am. I don't know what it is, but I'm stoked. Sounds like we're going to Nuke's house and he's got a strap on. Two? Shotgun. I need a name. Mephistopheles. Oh, we're gonna let them pick? They don't pick good names. Alright, fine. What are the options? I have to give them options. They can't write in their own. They just said mycotoxin and that they were gonna do a further test. They said the levels weren't super elevated, but they may have been. I did take a long time to go to the doctor. In my defense, are you producing your own antibiotics, like in house? Yeah, Monster's kind of killing it today. Filled the gap. So much uncertainty from this doctor. Who's your doctor? Jerome Powell? Ha! Almost as funny as your Sperry's in Starbucks holding luggage. Oh, definitely Athena's strap on. What about Hera? Hera's strap on. Alright, fine. Sada sold on my monster, but 300% profit is nothing to laugh at. Yeah. It's got room. I mean, I think over a couple years, it could hit like 70s. Remain data dependent on the state of nephronomy and are poisoned out quickly and act quickly in any unexpected events. I'm not even gonna read that joke out loud. Theta decaying corpse. Suggestions on starting a harem. Mm. You're gonna need a lot of space. I would say 10 to 20,000 square feet minimum. Can you read the names on the poll? I need to hear them. We got Purdy Qwerty, Apollo's Abacus, Athena's Strap On, and Canned Farts. So far, Athena's Strap On is significantly in the lead. Do not suggest starting one. Well, I mean, he's got the right idea. You know where it gets really tricky? Finding and hiring eunuchs. And that's your middle management. You've got to make your own. Is that what we do at the Alpha Trader Boot Camp? I think requiring genital mutilation probably goes against modern labor laws. Listen, I didn't make up the rules for harems, okay? Gork, do an idiot trade. I already burned all the day trades in the account. I just want everyone to know. It's solely built for the GS customers. Alright, fair enough. Or just pull from the ones where those dudes go to hug each other and cry. Ooh, okay, yeah. Carl's gonna be very upset if I mess up his meeting, though. How high can Tesla go this week? Like 230? It's still struggling with 220. If we can get above 220, I would say like 230 is most likely, but there's call interest all the way out to 250. Ooh, look at Apple go. Because I pull all the money out of the margin account, put it in the futures account, and then burn it up on days where we chop. Like a money candle. Greg, I need someone to trade my port while I build this. There's $23 in there. Can you do it? I mean, I can lose you $23. Can you tell me a PT for SPX this week that's obviously too high so that I can overhold calls until they run out of theta? Hmm. What would be too high for this week? Like 5620 would probably be ridiculous, but within the realm of possibility. Reverse repo 292. Ooh. Oh, it's bouncing back. What was Friday? 291. Or no, 299. Oh, it went down. Interesting. Risk on. Buy $23 worth of Furbo and pray. Tomorrow's too soon. Apple's going to talk about some lame feature that Samsung phones have had for 4 years, and SPX is going to go to 5550. That sounds about right. iPhone. All right. Athena's strap on wins. Canned farts came in second though. Calls being sold a bit, yeah. Starting to fall back into the sold calls to the downside at 80. There's some bot puts at 75.70, but for now 80 is supportive. If we lose 80, maybe back to like 60 or 55. 65? I can see us falling back to 65. What are you angry about? Pronouns or bull bear? Excellent, Nick. 5,500 tomorrow? We're close enough to test it. It's still major resistance. I don't see why not, though. There's no data. If bulls build up stable positioning below 54.60, then we could at least push to test it tomorrow. We may push to test it into end of day today if we can hold 54.80. We're going to talk more about it later, but in a very general sense, my take is CPI is more important than PPI this time, since it would have a greater impact on Fed funds rate pricing. Yes. Everyone's really focused on the pace of cuts expected by Fed fund futures right now. What's your prediction on CPI? Bullish or bearish? I think there's a small chance that the rollover wealth effect has increased inflation. Or for the July print, or the August print, I guess now. From June, July's highs. But I don't think it's going to increase it substantially enough. I know there's like expectations that core is going to go to 0.3. But there's still no seasonal revisions, and the things that are being weighted more heavily in the index right now are not really reinflating, right? It's they trimmed most of the things that are inflationary, and so I think that the chance of a surprise to the downside is a little bit elevated. And then if inflation is low or lower, um, then the chances of us getting a 50-point cut in September would be higher, which would be bearish for tech. A reverse Uno'd myself. What did you do? Did you buy puts at 54.84? Could be in a worse spot. Delta neutral tomorrow? Tough, but I mean, it's not impossible. The end, it's like 55.60. It would make sense going into CPI. I don't know if bulls can pull it off. They're still in a really shitty spot, but maybe. Let's see how positioning looks like tomorrow or tonight. I would think that they would need to short vol a lot harder than they have. But they could do that tomorrow. I don't think there's any data tomorrow that really matters. I missed a lot of the stream this morning. Thoughts on GME? GME, I mean, my thoughts on GME are kind of the same as they were last week. Do you check the GME channel? I usually post whatever I'm thinking about it in there. It's still seeing some covering, and it's got an upside range of like 25 to 30. The problem is 25 is still a massive resistance. But if it does break to the upside of that, it can move. Apple released AirPods 4, but they're literally the same as AirPods 3, just a new chip. Do they translate conversations like the Galaxy Buds? Sometimes, but then I smell like the pores for days. I posted charts for GME in there last night. Does it look like there'll be a floor for GoEV? Currently 136. There's technical support down at like $1.10. Looks like they're down today on moving their headquarters to Texas. I believe that headquarters news is old. Reuters just reported on it. 137 engineering positions will relocate from California to Texas and Oklahoma beginning fourth quarter 2024, with the majority of roles based in Oklahoma. They're actively hiring numerous positions across both Texas and in Oklahoma City. Officially, Canoe will name Justin, Texas, their company headquarters, where Canoe's executive leadership team has been since 2021. I think press release at least came out today. Apple LARPing with introducing USB-C, as if the rest of the companies haven't been using it for the last 100 years. But think of all the money you're going to save on proprietary iPhone chargers that they've now packed into the price of the new iPhone. And MNQ is dumping. Starting to fall back into the sold calls. Ugh. Like I said, 80 opens up like a test of 60 or 55 maybe. Apple adding more proprietary glue to their products to make them more near impossible to repair. The consumer is so strong and resilient, they can't even shop at Big Lots or Dollar Tree. No, they don't want to. They're not poor enough yet. I've never even been inside a Dollar Tree. Or a Big Lots. That's not true. I went in a Big Lots once and bought a Rockstar energy drink. Big Lots just filed for bankruptcy. I know. So does Burry. And all of our value investing that followed Burry into the big lots play. And Mr. Poopy Pants. Surplus caffeine. You haven't lived until you'd buy Dollar Tree steak. It's thinner than a ham sandwich. Wait, Dollar Tree sells steaks? What if you just stack them all together? Big Lots has great Tupperware storage containers on wheels with handles. Another company that's slowly going out of business. Interesting. Ooh. Hmm. If only the housewives would step up the pace of their Tupperware parties. I know. I wish. Are we gonna keep falling? This bounce is bullshit. There is no play on top. Is this Baba News gonna have any effect? What Baba News? I don't know what the news on Baba is. Apparently getting listed on a Hong Kong Stock Connect program so they can be bought and sold in China. I never knew they couldn't be. Huh. I'm laughing because the handled wheeled containers are the only thing I go there to buy also. Makes sense. rejected off the gap fill. That's a nice sign of a continuation. It's way too slow. Hmm. Riley survives or nah? I don't know. What happened with their last insider trade? Did it work out? Fast food, in your opinion, and why is it Chick-fil-A? I don't eat Chick-fil-A. I hate that shit. Who's your go-to for a fried chicken sandwich? I'm I'm not a huge fan of fried chicken sandwiches, but oh, what the fuck is the name of that place? Hold on, I have to look it up. I can't remember the name of it. There's a place. There's a place in Brooklyn called Peach's Hot House. That's pretty solid. Yeah, no problem. How's my $23 doing? Still $23. Winning. I'm almost at 65. Is that the drop you were expecting? Yep. We could go a little further, but 65 is supportive. So 60. Later, Jim Martin's wife. Is this megaphoning downward? Yeah, it's the distribution at 85 is starting to fail. I wouldn't really say it's a megaphone. It's just kind of forming a downtrend. Lower lows, but probably prone to reversal. Actually, it is. It is prone to reversal. There's still sold calls at 70, though. Bot puts at 72. And the bot puts at 70 are increasing on the downside move. Never underestimate the V up. Well, there really aren't Vs per se in this range. It requires more. It's like the MM's not buying the downside move. Hmm. Yeah, it's a fairly weak bounce. you be looking at all interesting today? Yeah, it's up a little bit. It's pushing that 25 test again. What's more expensive, Zillionaire or the new platform? The data platform? You see Jiffy's Jimmy pump and dump? Well, that's a big assumption. But yes, I know what you're talking about. What's up, Cobra? Man, ES rejected right off of the upper trend. I guess support at 54.64 into end of day would be kind of bullish for tomorrow. If it falls back to 54.50, that might not be so bullish. Apple's thingy must not be going so well. Huh. It's not going badly. It's just not it's not doing them any favors. I don't think it's all that hyped, to be honest. Hmm. Nice. Hmm. Pushing 65 again. It's like... Support is 65 and 60. Big yikes. For the downside? No. We're below the bot puts now. I guess, I mean, we could squeeze short puts, and that could take us as low as like 50 or 55. That's when things might get a little more interesting. But I still think 60 is going to be kind of supportive here. I feel like I called this. Why are people acting surprised? Didn't I say like test 85 and then, you know, if sold calls double down, pull back to 65, 60? Those were my words. Seeking Alpha article claims that NVIDIA at 105 is a gift. Are they lying to me? They might be. I'm falling into sold puts here. A little bit, yeah. Sold puts at 60. Vana puts aren't as red. Woo. I mean, 50, 55 is technically still open, but we'd have to squeeze a little bit of the short put positioning, which is not super likely. Or at least not without a fight. was targeting 70. It's cool. Yeah, it's still, I mean, nice move. Time to short Apple? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it failed to stay above 220. It's not a good sign. Pressuring the 60 sold puts. Lose 57, fall back to 50. Ah, 56. Actually, I think at that point, probably fall back to maybe 46. We go below GM monthly. Are we going right into Jamie's Pooties? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's like a pretty straight path. Apple's talking about reliving your best moments with Apple Vision Pro. This is literally some 4chan dystopia thread coming true. Is Apple AA worse cult than GME? Close. At least Apple people have stuff. I feel like that insults both groups to compare them to the other. Yeah, it does, actually. Ooh, trying to build support, but Apple's dragging it down. How bad was this iPhone release? They couldn't have released the same exact product for the 20th time in a row, right? Oh, they did. Son of a bitch. New iPhone has a glossy finish. They're introducing the AI Pod, an AI-powered personal assistant that can hold 20,000 of your favorite canned AI responses. Her name is Iris, and she's technically Siri's daughter. But who's the dad? What's wrong with that? People don't like change. Same phone, new chip, and the cameras are vertical rather than diagonal. Phone case producers just creaming in their pants right now. She was willed into existence by the Force. Wait, they spelled Siri backwards and hit send? Yep. Sounds like it. It's gonna be Apple's fault that the SPX breaks this fucking support. Steve Jobs. He's been dead for so long. How long can they unfreeze Steve Jobs' sperm to keep Apple running? Tim just goes in there every morning and rubs his teeth with it. Just like, oh yeah. It's like, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hold an event. Apple needs China buying. They are not. Yeah, because they have flip phones and they're dope. Just throw them in my mouth a little. You've gotta imagine that at some level that's something that they do at Apple. Maybe they just gargle it and snowball it amongst each other before they come up with a new product idea. Yep, no, it's a lot. Jobs froze a lot of the stuff. Well, he spent all those latter years eating pineapple, so he figured it would taste good. Didn't cure his cancer, but his nut is a delicacy. I'm done with the stream for today. I can lose money on my own. How are you losing money? I told you exactly what the price would do all day long. Chris, man, way too graphic. It was one thing led to another. I couldn't help it. Literally the reason he became a fruitarian. Is this where support is? Unless we lose 57. In which case, this would be where support was. What is the price going to do next? Well, if we find support here, we'll probably just stay here for the rest of the day. If we fail 56, 57, 50, well, yeah, fail 57, 56, 56. And probably drop back to support at 54.46. 50 might offer up a little bit of resilience. But Apple's dumping hard as fuck. Looks like the bulls are bailing. Apple's saying AI a lot. Yeah, but people now know that AI doesn't make money. They waited too long. They're the Apple is to AI as GME was to NFTs. The only thing left to cement the fall of AI is Ryan Cohen announcing a new AI game design division. And that's it. That'll be the end. Apple announces iPhone 16, iPhone 16 Pro, Apple Watch Series 10, and AirPods 4. So out of ideas. That's not true. They came out with that one thing that nobody bought, the Vision. Then they lost like $20 million giving them away to influencers. Can you still buy that thing? I have no idea. I don't even know if it was a real product to begin with. It's still on their website, but that could mean anything. I can't believe the breaking point for people in the pickle jar was Apple board members snowballing Steve Jobs, fruitarian, 30-year-old cum. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Some of us are still here. I said snowballing. Do you not know what snowballing is? Ask him who kisses. I'd rather have Kendra Kofi's. I'm so much worse than Kendra. What is snowballing? The act of when two partners pass the ejaculate of one to the other vis-a-vis their mouths. Stop, please stop. Am I on mute everywhere now? Are you talking my language? It's a great time to take the headset off. I don't know if I would have called Steve Jobs smart. Very determined. Smart, maybe. He's the definition of if you fail enough at one point, you might succeed. I love having the stream on in the background and hearing certain things come up where I'm like, where the fuck did this conversation come from? It's a long story. Nice, Carl. Hmm. Not to be gross, but what's it called if there's blood in the snow? That's a problem. This is what they mean when they talk about jobs data. All right, enough. We've taken it too far. Almost. Long ago, I told my wife the music on your channel was funny and we should listen to a song that just came out. Played it. It was Pi-Fi, Please Don't Fuck My Wife. She was not impressed. Awesome. Why did you choose that? You know what? Never mind. It's probably fine. Hemotospermia is usually benign. Please don't tell people to see us. Well, definitely not Popcorn Cop, right? It was a debut. It was a test. I didn't know. Are you still synth long Fubo? Not currently, but I I could go synth long Fubo again. Terrible. Who did GoEV hurt? They're spending a bunch of money. Everyone's freaking out. Apple at 2015. It was a fun example of tight risk mentioned in Pickles picks. As long as you got stopped out at 20. And it sounds like it went awesome. Mm. What did Tim Apple announce? Good question. What size port do you think is needed to trade 0TT SPX options instead of SPY? Um, probably want to be at least. I mean, you need enough to buy an at the money option or a slightly in the money option, right? So I would say you probably need at least risk 10 trades. Like 2,000 or 2,500. Something like that. For a cash account. $2 to 2.5 ports. What a racket. $100 and 15 minutes left in the day. Only you, Carl. That amount of money, you better be right that first trade. No, you just need tight risk management. You don't need to be right. That should be enough to trade one contract. Oh. Like 10 times. Depends on what VIX is at, but asking for a friend. Do farts leave DNA behind? Yes. I blame you for me missing out on profits. You told me 54.60 was support. I sold my put for 100% gains. It could have been 120%. It was support. Figure, well, right now and at the money contract is a little bit high, right? Because VIX is significantly above its average. But if you're trading in the back half of the day, it's not so bad. You're looking at like, this seemed way off. About $8. So you got $8 with $1.60 risk. As your total allocation. So to blow up, you'd have to be wrong. $10.6 times in a row. The account's 25. I said. Even then, you'd still have $800 left, but you'd have effectively blown up at that point. It's easy to be wrong that many times. You're over trading. The discipline to stay within that risk where you get 2 or 3 trades a day is very hard. You only get 2 trades a day, and that's only if one is... Yeah, you only get 2 trades.
because it's a cash account. So if you're spending 800 on the option and then you hit 160 risk, that's 960 drawdown for the day. Yeah, you can only really trade 2 contracts a day. I don't know why I've ever started trading the back half of the day. That would change my life. New iPhone is faster and has more battery. No fucking way. Apple to 300. Apple has dumped ever since that thing ended. We bouncing or continuing? We're still pressuring the short puts. The failure and then lower failure aren't really indicative of bullishness. I still think there's a very good chance we just close somewhere between like 60, 70. Somewhere in here. What I need to do today was buy a call it open, close it, flip to puts at 470, close that, flip to calls at 435, close that, flip to puts again at 84. It's simple. I spent what was the one I traded earlier? It was like the 5465s. These were like $3 each. Or they were like 3. How much were they? They were 390. I bought 2 at 390. So they were like 385. What happened to the idiot account? Vol's too high right now to sell, to be sell side. It's still there. I still haven't saved. I just haven't traded on it. And I took all the money in the idiot account and tripled it, doubled it today. Doubled it. But it doesn't count because those weren't idiot trades. But I still have the log. If Vol trims back down, then it's fine to sell 0 GTE shit. But right now, 0 GTE spreads are probably just gonna get blown up. I mean, look at the fucking price action for today. That doesn't sound very idiot. It wasn't. Let's see. I think I shorted here, shorted here, and then went long as fuck here. And then I closed those here. And that's really all I've traded today. Well, you're already factoring in the full size of the port. And you have to lever that up because the size of the port is so small. 50 test. Let's go 46. Why not? Yeah, if you had a bigger port, I mean, you probably wouldn't allocate 30, 33, 30, 32% of their total portfolio to one position. But you have a small port, so you got to take risk somewhere, right? And that's where it's largely going to be, is that you're very exposed. No. You start trimming your total exposure risk the more you grow. So if you go to 25 from 2500 to 10K, you're still risking the one at the money contract, right? Um, but now that contract is, like what 8%, 8% of your total portfolio. So your first goal is to trim that exposure risk down long before you worry about scaling. You probably wouldn't scale until you hit around like 30 or like 30 to 35,000. And then you could bump it up to like 2 contracts. How do you get the heads up to make those plays? Baby Nuke got you real time data. I mean, I've had some form of real time data now for a while, but yes, we have new real time data, which is hotter and sexier than prior real time data. But no, I mean, it's still data, it's still interpretive. You have to understand how the market's going to move, how the is going to hedge, where the positioning is. That's extremely helpful. If you can stick to it, it is. Hey Glorp, check those DMs. On it. What's this? Very nice. Gorkle's also been doing this a long time. I'm just as susceptible to the overscaling early as anybody else. I'm not special. It's way more fun. I the only difference is I know what's going to happen if I do that. It's so fun. It is. The number of times that I've taken the stream account from like $1,000 to 10 grand only to blow it up on 30 out of the money SPX options is, I can't even count the number of times I've done it now. You trade on stream for fun. We take it as gospel. It's our lifeline. Most of the trades I take on stream are just because I'm bored. To be fair, I don't do like a lot of intraday trading anymore. Like occasionally I'll get a setup like once a week or something where I'm like actively trading the intraday with any kind of size, but most of the time I'm just closing straddles all day and enjoying my free like iron condor money. Well, short strangle. But I'm not like in a capital, like I'm not trying to accumulate capital rapidly anymore, right? Those days are kind of past for me. So I just like blow up some dividends every month and have fun with that. But most of what I'm concerned with at this point is like capital preservation and maintaining consistent yields. You guys are not there. Gherkin isn't a grower anymore. Now he's a shower. Your life sounds fun. It's kind of boring though. This does not sound like how to get to $1 billion in 3 weeks. It's not. Do you think the stream has ultimately made you lose money? Oh yeah, countless amounts of money. But I mean, it's whatever. Nice. It's made me money too. I mean, there's definitely like opportunities I never would have noticed on my own. You have so much money, it's whatever. I want that. Eh. Like going long FSLR. I mean, yes, although that was a spite trade. And spite trade's always 10x. The platform? We're selling the platform to people at objectively a loss right now. Right now, while testing. Well, we don't know if it's going to be popular or used. It's complex data. And you guys have had 3 years listening to it every day, right? Can you go over some items that scale? Finding strategies that scale really well is difficult. Um, Usually everything has kind of a cutoff point where the scaling starts to fall off and reduces profitability. Some things, more so than others, but they generally have very fairly low yields to begin with. Like scalping SPX, you're probably you're probably not going to get much above like 10K in a position before it starts to get tricky. Futures, you could get a little bit more, 20 to 50K. What's the disclaimer in Gamma Strike? Make 3 billion in 3 weeks or your money back. No, it said no refunds. This is not financial advice. We at Gamma Strike do not condone the purchase of condone or advise the purchase of options. They present a great deal of risk. If you're interested in purchasing or selling securities, you should speak with a financial advisor that understands the complexities of your individual situation. That's an overstatement. 3 years of hit or miss info, depending on what's going on and what words I understand at that point. We're probably going to end up with like a lot more professional users than retail users. Because, I mean, basically what we're selling is like market maker models, right? At its core, that we've hand built. And the vast majority of retail traders aren't going to understand that. Artisanal MM models, they're bespoke. Do you have a go to market ideal monthly cost? We're trying to figure it out. We don't want it to be exorbitant. Obviously, you know, our whole goal in doing this is to provide people with tools to make money, right? And if the tool to make the money is more expensive than the money being made, it's not a very good tool, right? So we're trying to keep costs as low as feasibly possible and see what kind of like shoestring infrastructure that we can get away with, and hopefully that'll be enough to serve up, you know, 1,000 to 5,000 users, and then yeah, we can scale. But I would say we're probably somewhere between mm, like 80 to 150 around there. Hopefully. A day? No, Jesus Christ. A month. Are we getting squeezed out? All this time I thought you made it for us. How are you getting squeezed out? Does the platform provide any explanation of the data or just the data itself? It's going to have so there's actually going to be a lot to explain it because it is complex, right? Oof, pricey. It's really not. I mean, comparable to other services, we're looking at coming in like 40 to 50% lower than their monthly costs. Our actual prices will be super competitive. Yeah. I said it's probably going to attract more professional traders. I didn't say it was built for them. It's built for retail traders. We're taking extraordinarily complex options data and distilling it into what is effectively technical analysis. Which is actually probably harder than doing any of the other stuff we've done. Professional traders are just retail traders who get paid. That's true. You should survey the pickle jar and what they're willing to pay. I mean, I don't see how that does any good. Spot Gamma is 130 for the first month. And that's $250 a month for every month after that. Spot Gamma's like, oh, they're like mid-range option. Is yeah, that one's like 129 a month. Also, their service sucks. So I've used it. There's gonna be a little pickle icon that appears next to the option that's Gherk's pick. Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna do you know, we have PDFs like white papers that we're gonna write up on each of the tools. We're gonna do like a weekly or bi-weekly podcast where we kind of initially at least delve into how to use the tools, what they mean. I'm gonna be using it here on stream, obviously. um, you know, we're gonna have a lot of educational material. There's gonna be tooltips built into the website so you can get quick reminders of things. And then, you know, in the way that we displayed the data, we're going to strive to make it as simple to understand as feasibly possible. Fucking TradingView is more expensive. I know. Would it take the place of TradingView? Not yet. No. If we were serious about trading, would there be other services we need to buy, or does it do it all? Well, it does a lot of things. It doesn't do it all. I mean, there are things that we intend to add over time, but it will take time to add them. Right now, it's very options market focused. Um, Over time, we'll have other things. Will you partner with Robinhood to enable trading live from the platform? Fuck no. That's a regulatory nightmare that I have no interest in dealing with right now. Options data one day? What? Partner with Moo Moo? Thanks, Robin Your Hood. Partner with Cobra's credit card processors. I hope you have an API one day. That'd be cool. Are you going to switch hats to GS? Because I'm not sure how I feel about that. Understandable. Yeah, that's what we intend to do is partner with the Canadians. Oh god, no. Oh lord, consumer credit is really high. How high? Ooh, fuck. Everyone's going broke. Holy shit. Oh, that's not great. Damn, defaults are gonna be up. How high is it? Triple? Triple off the prior month? Double the expected. What? Not puts on Visa. God, does nobody understand how Visa works still? I mean, we're just now getting the data into people's hands, but people seem to be having success with it. Oh, fuck is that? Oh, that's nifty. Oh. Visa getting paid, son. Yeah. Are people making their own plays with it? Yeah, people are. And there's been some feedback that they're doing well. I mean, I'm not one to speak. I have actually no idea how they're doing, but I know somebody was working on some sold option strategies that seem to be doing pretty well for them. Um, and right now the data's not even live, so like intraday shit. Probably won't know how people manage that for at least a little while. Soon TM. Gamma Strike, GameStop. What started this silly stream? I'm seizing? Sizing? What? GameStop is GME. GS is closer to Goldman Sachs. I made a profitable CC play on a ticker. Gherk doesn't play track himself. Can confirm, made some money there. Nice. Buy ads on Super Stonk. I won't need to. We're building a FTD data platform. You're not going to do the FTD data, are you? Yeah. I mean, it's not fully built out in its current iteration, but it will be. You're not going to... Oh, ha. Can you make a free trial edition of the platform that only gives data on SPX0 DTEs and can only be accessed 2 hours before market close? What the fuck is this? Did someone anger the Ko-Fi gods? I'm 2 days into queuing. I'm 3 edges behind. All my friends, they call me Sigma, but I'm on my mewing grind. You were trying to get Ko-Fi to read it? Oh, Ko-Fi is bugging out. But it doesn't sit with me quite right because they don't want to play OG Fortnite, and I keep accidentally edging myself in my room in the middle of the night. I say, that's such a great song. I can't get that bot to say anything. It's very selective. Top 10 of 2024, easily. Thoughts on Palantir running prior to inclusion? What's it being moved to? The S&P? Or the R1K? Will the platform have a pop-up message ability that will warn me about market holidays at least 100 times the day before the holiday? I wish. We can work on putting notifications in. Dad, Kenny won't give me my 60 butterfly at the price I want to pay. Ah, that sucks. Market maker wants you to take on a little extra risk. Stop trying to sell the fucking butterfly at the ask. The only way you're gonna get it at that price is if you leg into it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to, like on the complex order book, you're gonna have to eat some of the MM's risk. I should figure out a 15 minutes of X replay to highlight on GS.
These guys are so fucking we all did because they put their pickle in my jar. Guy bitey 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 3.
Awesome. I see what you got here, Dork. Or Nuke. Curious. Curious indeed. What do you think of the SPX after Palantir is added? Ugh, gross. Is Palantir really being added to the S&P? Was that you, Dork? Did you send that? Yeah, that's what you went with. It didn't work. You guys are TTS amateurs. Best cock, least cock, yeast cock. If you spelled it cock, maybe it would have worked. Tooltips and videos of using the tool make it easier for sure. Yeah, it should help. Give me 1 second. It's hot as fuck in here. What? Hold on. Oh no, I'm down 2085 on my GoEV position. I'm glad I closed my sold puts last week. I got a Blackstone to make the real deal chopped cheeses. Oh god. With extra hot lettuce. Such a disgusting sandwich. Apple's moving back up. You mean not falling below 1750? Why would someone be buying 1,600 contracts at 5,500p for 5 cents? They closed them, I think. Those are set to expire today, and they closed them. Oh, wait. 5,500. $5,400. Oh, okay. I don't know. YOLO. Hedge. Tail hedge. Is consumer credit important? Yeah. We could be selling them, but I don't. They might be. Free 5 cents, right? I don't think they're buying them. They look sold. No, I don't even think they're being bought to close. I think they're just selling them for 5 cents. Can you look at DJT? Yeah, sure. What about it? I found some support. Yeah, consumer credit was nuts. Monster's truly strong. I know. That's why I bought it. You're so impressed with this one, Tom. I'm more impressed with the perfect timing of my diagonals. It's only up 17% from its low.
What the STONKS did you just stonking say about me, you little TOD? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in secret raids on Al-Qaeda, and I have over 300 confirmed kills. I am trained in guerrilla warfare, and I'm the top sniper in the entire US Armed Forces. You are nothing to me but just another target. I will wipe you out with precision, the likes of which has never been seen before on this earth, mark my words. You think you can get away with saying STONKS to me over the internet? Think again, TOD. As we speak, I am contacting my network of spies across the USA, and your IP is being traced right now, so you better prepare for the storm, stonker. The storm that wipes out the STONKY little thing you call your life. You're stonking dead, kid.
You guys don't know that one? It's just a copy pasta. It may be the best literature of our generation. Maybe. So it looks like it won't read the complete B movie script. Probably not. Girk, that definitely wasn't copy pasta, and you should probably alert your private security task force. That nerd sounds angry. I'll be okay. Angry enough to give me money? There aren't as many trolls nowadays. I know. I miss it. Yo, Apple with a 12% loss. That was horribly mismanaged. I just cut it when it went back below 220. At one point there, though, I had like 7% profit. I was fucking killing it. Getting stuck at spot, my favorite. So we got about $10 of range to the upside. And a push down could push us into like 55 or 54.40. Holy fuck, this is boring. I just need to close at or above 54.62.75. You'll probably get your wish. That doesn't seem very hard to pull off. What's gooning? Google it. Hmm.
Angry nerd put their pickle in my jar. Slice of pie, slice of cake, slice of pizza, slice of bread, slice of cheese, slice of ham, slice of bacon, slice of turkey, slice of apple, slice of watermelon, slice of tomato, slice of cucumber, slice of onion, slice of beef, slice of lemon, slice of lime, slice of stonks 3.
Dork, are you just blowing up your portfolio? Fucking with the Ko-Fi bot? Worth it? Alright, fair enough. Is Ulta a buy yet? Good question. Maybe. It's a nice breakout. Should have held the Apple a while longer. Just re-enter. I don't know, man. A lot of the calls bailed today. I don't think that went so well for them. Upside resistance is going to be 70 if we can break to the upside of these sold calls. Might not be able to. If Apple fails 220 today, no, it's got more support to the downside, unfortunately. Mm, hmm. 65. And resistance? Apple's bouncing back after the sell-off, yeah. Maybe I'll just sell some puts on it today. Where does the MM want this into close? 54.60. Somewhere between 60 and 70. I think the MM's pretty okay with. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fall to the middle of that range. Why did you tell the market to make a red candle? What? I didn't tell the market anything. Just grinding down on that realized vol. Kind of got me wanting to sell calls on it above 220. Interesting. Could be $7 leaps are not looking great here. Why do you still have those? Why do you have them at all? But, I mean, why do you still have them? You said expected range is X, and the market went, I go to bottom of range. Well, it didn't, right? It's like almost at the bottom of the range. Is Apple gonna rip now that it pulled back a bit? Getting over 220 is kind of a big deal. I'm only trading power hours, so I get back above 5K. Alright, whatever makes you happy. Sounds like your stops are too tight. You're having trouble trading the intraday. Or bad entries. Bad entries and incorrect stop positioning relative to the price action. Why not both? It's usually both for me. It's both. So you need swingy price action, but I mean, it's easier to get stopped out end of day. You're just willing to take more risk on the premium side. Still feeling a DN test is possible this week. Yeah, I don't think Bulls put in all this effort today for nothing. Not yet, at least. CPI could ruin it. If CPI supports a rapid rate of cuts, that's probably not going to be very bullish. Turns out that buying to continue the trend at resistance is a really bad idea. Where did you buy here for the continuation? Did you buy on like the breakout at 62? Because if you did, you'd just be flat if you hadn't taken profits already. You guys need to get more familiar with in the money calls. They're pretty awesome. Ugh. You think Jamie will run further, or will earnings tank it? It's got a huge amount of resistance at 25. I mean, I don't know if earnings will tank it, but vol would probably get shorted after earnings. They could always announce something that's a surprise if they actually have an earnings call, which they frequently don't. Ugh. I know you aren't playing, but any thoughts on Oracle earnings tonight? Hmm. Hmm. I can tell you that people are super bullish on it. There are calls bought all the way out to like 51, 150, 155. They missed on last earnings but guided up. So, I mean, it'll probably be pretty dependent on meeting the guidance. And they guided up quite a bit. Yeah, I don't think Jimmy's announced a call yet either. Talk about deferment before the GME chain. Do you see anything funky this time around with Labor Day being the last week? Well, I mean, it looked like most of the ETF FTDs were covered following Labor Day. This could be continued covering the price action we saw today. It's still continuing to fail to break above 25. It needs a break of 25 to squeeze out the massive short vol positions, which, you know, it failed to do today. It's mostly stayed under the 2475 resistance. ETF FTDs should be pretty muted from here forward. So I would say that it doesn't look great, but I mean, there is the potential it could squeeze out the sold calls. That's kind of what happened in a very small way on Friday with what people assume was DFV's entry. Is he bought, you know, those 0 DTEs and squeezed out the shorter dated short vol position. Super suckers keep hanging their hat on 4 billion in cash. What does that do to help the business? It yields 5%, roughly, 4.8% now. Which is about $192 million a year, which is more money than GME makes off their actual business. GME turned into a bond NFT. It's just a money market. I don't believe in GameStop or its business, but I believe in market manipulation. Here's the problem: is you think market manipulation is evil, and it's not. It's allowed. In fact, it's designed. Hanlon's razor. I don't mean by the MM. I mean by DFE. I'm bullish if it falls to 1x. Yeah, isn't it kind of ironic? Yeah. He has enough capital to do it. If he times it properly. But Ryan Cohen can also fuck him. So it's tough. Again, yeah. And if I were Ryan Cohen, honestly, I would do the same thing, right? I mean, I even said before Cohen diluted that he was gonna dilute, not just for years, but like the day of. I was like, Cohen's gonna dilute the fuck out of this. Like the second it started running up. Once it was up over like 100, 200%, there was just no question that there was going to be a dilution. It's pretty simple. If the company is worth more than it's actually worth, issue shares. What Superstock fails to understand, this is the biggest fallacy I think right now from what I've seen recently, is that 4 billion in cash does not guarantee a valuation of a $4 billion market cap. It might help hold that, but companies are priced based off of their future potential, not their current assets. 1 second. Did I miss this trade between 62 and 67? Goodness. Bulls are actually, or Bears are actually trying to push us down into the end of the day. They're selling calls at spot. It's just not working. Oh, it did work. Hot damn. Go Bears. All the way back to 60. Chads. And support. Anyway. No price should not be respond to buy or sell pressure, especially on its options chain. Ow. Look how hard Kenny's working to not pay me. Why did you take a long position, like right in the middle of the saddle? You had an opportunity to get paid. Because fair enough. How did your strangle do today? Really well on one side of it. The puts are still open, but I opened them for the OPEX. So we'll see what happens. But the calls went deep in the money. I got out at like 54.65 this morning. Which paid for the puts plus a little bit of profit. I can actually still close the puts for a decent amount, but I figure I'll wait till event vol picks up tomorrow if like we keep moving up. Free puts are nice. Yeah. Interesting end of day battle. It's not much of a battle. It's just jockeying to close sold positions, like sold calls and sold puts. So we drop, they close the sold calls, we bounce, they close the sold puts, back and forth until we end up somewhere in the middle or slightly to one side or the other. It's not very fun. What in the wacky world of sports is going on? I must have sold the calls on the breakdown of 54.50 this morning. Then the puts at 54.36. Selling the calls so late was a mistake, in my opinion. Breakdown of 54.50. Oh, like back here? This isn't so bad if you could get out of them. That's the problem, is you know, sometimes it's better to get like a little wider spread or a little more net credit so that you can actually close the position intraday. because like, look, I mean, like most of the benefit is from time decay, right? But if you widen out the spread a little bit, you can benefit from the price movement as well. And yeah, I know this freaks everyone out, but so like say you sell this, right? Nope, nope. Add sell call. So you, well, actually let's do spot and for tomorrow. So if you do that and then move it down here, right? You're not super profitable on the downside move. Like you needed to drop to like 54.50 to make 20% profit, right? But if you widen it out a little bit, you can move that break even up, right? So say you sold like the 65.80, you're much more profitable faster, right? So like that means like kind of drop even right now if you dropped to like 54.50 or that same break even, you'd make 10% more on that decline. And then like as time goes on, you know, obviously as that approaches expiration, that profitability improves, right? And then, you know, drop to 54.50. So like it was a 0 DTE midday, but the profitability at 54.50 would be like 60%. So almost double. Whereas if you narrow that, it goes down about 10% per strike. It's called scooping up flattened pennies in front of a steamroller. Well, no. I mean, it's not necessarily pennies in front of a steamroller. Like, if you really think it's going to go down, right, and you're selling calls into something you think is going to go down, right? Like, if you think it's going to go to 54.50, you would just sell the 54.50, buy the call at spot, right? Because then your credit is going to be more comparable. Relative to your spread, right? So you're gonna get a higher credit because you're selling the call in the money. And then, you know, even if it drops to like 54.60, you get this fucking, there we go. You're making like 14%, right? And not even the move you want. And if you drop to 54.50, you're making 40% and the money you make is greater, right? Like you're making on a drop to 54.50 on that spread, you're going to pick up you're going to be able to close it for 540 less than you spent to open it. You sell these when you think they're not going in the money. Like the 5 wides. These are not directionally. These are well, they're not very directionally biased, right? So you're selling that spread assuming that the market has topped or is going to fall, right? But it's not going to go any higher. If you think the market's going to reject, you want to sell, you know, the in the money call. Not the out of the money call, right? Because this isn't going to do shit. It's going to stay like the same fucking price until expiry. And then, you know, then you take on that like end of day risk. Fuck you, Kenny. Pay me. Nice. Oh, we bounced. Bulls got it. Pushed up into the sold calls at 54.70 into the end of day. That's a bit higher than I expected us to close. Nice push. All right. Anyway, yeah, that was the fun stuff. So SPX moving into the upper market maker expected range, just barely, like outside of the MM's expected range by a few points. Looks like the MM expected like around 54.65 today. We ended up closing at 71. But decent move up. Still well within the expected range though. I'd say closer to like the SPX expected range than SPXW. But a bullish bounce. We did leave behind a bit of a gap to the downside. I would say that there's a decent chance that we see a continuation of this tomorrow into the data. And this should change expectations a little bit. Obviously, futures has yet to break to the upside of its descending trend. It showed a little bit of weakness earlier and is retesting now. That might break in the overnight, and we could push up or gap over some more resistance to the upside going into tomorrow morning if bulls continue to push overnight. I don't think we have any big overnight data for them to leverage. We have like balance of trade out of China, and unless that misses by a significant degree, I don't think that'll matter. The 5-year JGB auction might, and British unemployment in the morning could have a big effect on the dollar, especially if it continues to rise. Right now, the forecast is 8.7, current is 8.4. That could do a little bit of damage to the pound, which is up quite a bit against the dollar still. Is Britain okay? Maybe not. And having other like G7 countries fall into recession is not a good look for the US, right? Germany's inflation rate is also projected to go negative, which is not good either. So a bit deflationary there, but their year over year is still slightly above 2%. I would say if Germany comes in lower than expected or Great Britain's unemployment is really bad, or I'm sorry, 4.2 to 4.2, not 8.7. I was reading a different thing. Yeah, if Britain's unemployment is really bad or Germany's in deflation or deflator is really bad, those could both have a pretty outsized effect on moving the dollar to the upside, and maybe the JGB bond auction, but I don't know if that would or not. It's a 5-year, so it could have some effect on the top end. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I would watch this overnight. If it does gap up overnight, it's probably going to gap up to the 55.34 level, where it would find maybe some resistance. Bullish breakout, I really need to adjust this, is really like 55.62. At this point, I would consider us in a reversal. So a break above that, at least moving towards a reversal. The long-term test is pretty important too. So I think all three of those levels should probably be watched pretty carefully, but incrementally, more and more bullish as price moves up. Commodities turned around a little bit today. Looks like oil finally found a floor. Precious metals moving back up. So is copper, but agricultural commodities falling, kind of dampening the overall growth for the day. Dollar up quite a lot, 42 points. Yields at the back end of the curve declined pretty sharply after rising on Friday. The yield curve, however, is still uninverted or positive. The 210 is still positive. Correlation broke down a little bit today, but mostly stayed fairly stable. Doesn't look like they're leveraging up the dispersion trade right now, which is maybe something to watch out for, and might be not a positive for tech. People are getting scared out of short vol, and bond funds are going long vol convexity. So that's that's not great for short vol sellers, right? It makes selling vol very, very risky because you're fighting back against the portfolios of the entire bond market. Um, Carry trade got levered up a little, mostly on the top end. Still looks like 3 and 6 month are in a decline. I guess 6 month is starting to turn around a little bit. Forward yield on volatility now at 4.72%. If that goes back below zero, that's probably a signal that those bond funds are going to drop that vol hedge, especially if it goes below zero for any significant period of time, and that would be the first marker of like a bear rally. So watch out for that, at least on the vol side. Correlation trimming down alongside, well, kind of flat vol in bonds. Looks like more tail risk hedges are being picked up on this bounce though, which could be slightly indicative of greater fear than currently being projected by price action. I would keep an eye on this as skew increases. It means people are going longer out of the money puts. 43.14% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. Looks like, oh, sorry. Out here on the 1 week, correlation between VIX and VIX futures. Up a little bit from the prior week, but if we go out here to the daily, that spread is starting to widen. So we are still getting quite a lot of short vol since our big spike back in early August. It's not widening very much, though. It's not so much so that it's barely noticeable. So not significant, at least not yet. Fed fund futures pricing in like 50 or wait, sorry, 0.05 fewer cuts for Fed than they were earlier today, just on the back of like the few little economic prints we had. That's slightly more bullish. I mean, anything that reduces the pace of Fed cuts is going to probably be viewed as being bullish right now, right? Because the slower the pace of Fed cuts, the more likely we are to be heading for a soft landing. The more rapid the pace of Fed cuts, the more likely we are to be heading towards a recession. Today caught a bounce, but we did not manage to test the 200 EMA or MA on SPX here. I'm sorry, the 50. The 50 and the 30 EMA and the 50 MA are kind of lined up. They're both right around 55.05 to 55.10. I would expect that if today's bounce were to continue tomorrow, that would be an important target for that test. Now we can pull back, retest the 50, and then fail, and that is actually probably more likely right now than an actual bullish breakout. This kind of looks like a continuation. This is a very weak bounce relative to the downside price action, where we lost 2% over 4 days. So almost 4% decline in the index. I think maybe it was a little worse than that. 4.5% decline. And today's bounce back only 116 points. So this is not a good look. And it's going to continue to be a struggle for bulls until they're able to get back above delta neutral, which is around 55.50 right now. That may be getting closer to spot. I'll update you guys on that tonight in Pickles Picks. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for tuning in. For anybody who's part of the Gamma Strike beta. Make sure to check your emails for your payment links and ensure that your refund has already processed. You can search Gamma Strike if you're having a hard time finding the email, or check your spam and promotions folders. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you later.